And yeah, right? The shader, just perfect for this soundtrack, for this album, for this kind of music. It's just so good. It's just so good. All right, so the place we left off. Yep. All right, so for a balance, we're going to have a div. We're going to have, let's say, an h4. It's going to be the balance name. This is going to be... and you know what? Hold on. Yeah, I think looping over balances is actually wrong. We want to do it for account balances, and we're not actually setting those yet. We're just logging the value. So yeah, we actually need to log the account balances. And what's up, Pete? How you doing? All right, so we bring those in. It is a good name, yeah, for sure. Um, all right, we're just going to merge these. So then, yeah, for these, we don't want to do it with index. So balance is actually... Yes. Right, so we need to give this a type. Yeah, no worries, Seth. can't give it that type. We just need to go define that. Hey, Code Drift. Missed you, sir, dude. How you doing? Doing well? Hell yeah. Cleaning up from the holidays? Yeah, I need to do a lot of that. I have so many Coca-Cola bottles in this room right now. Yeah, yeah, it was good. Oh, it was a good carbonara. I did overdo it on the Parmesan. Like, I need like a less sharp cheese to cut it with. I need to experiment a little bit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I do that pretty frequently. Yeah, I do carbonara. I do chow mein. You know, I'll cook a steak, bacon and eggs. Like, there's some other fun meals I do. Oh, dude, the street style tacos. No, you definitely can overdo the Parmesan, right? It's like too strong of a flavor. Like I've had people that messed up macaroni and cheese because they overdid like a Parmesan or like a way too sharp of cheddar, and they didn't cut it with like other good cheeses. Macaroni and cheese should not be too sharp, right? It needs to be savory. Yeah, I want to get into making my own butter chicken as well at some point. That's like a high effort dish, and I know I'm going to mess it up a few times. I do a decent Mongolian beef. Yeah, one of my goals is to actually end up making like cooking for programmers kind of thing. Because so many programmers just don't know how to cook, but it's actually really easy to make some of these dishes. Orange chicken? I'm not a big fan of orange chicken. It's a little too sweet. Yeah, yeah, cooking is really fun. Yep. I mean, there's definitely something to like having a plan for what you're going to make and knowing exactly how it's going to turn out. Well, here's the thing, Tyrell. Butter chicken is actually a British dish, and it was actually created for the ease of creation. So I think butter chicken is actually one of the easier ones to make at home. Right? Like it's not technically even authentic Indian. 'Cause, you know, it wasn't invented in India. Yeah, see, I haven't actually like found a good pre-made sauce. If I could just find a good pre-made sauce, then I'd make butter chicken all the time. I do need to get some bay leaves for the rice. But yeah, at least I don't know if the recipes I've seen are that accurate or authentic. I don't know if I care too much about authenticity as long as it's delicious. Yeah, yeah, let me know, Sandwich. I'd be curious. And yeah, what's up, Pranav? How you doing over on YouTube? Yeah, there's like I also do a really good like shrimp scampi, which I haven't made for a bit. I kind of want to. Okay. Is it like a dried packet and then you mix it with water or whatever? Because maybe that's the problem I'm having. I'm looking for like something in a jar. A demo? Not really right now. Like, you can see some of the balances and stuff I've created. But this is just like the demo. Like, not the demo, sorry, the dashboard. Actually consuming Waltr will take me a little bit. You basically need to make another software as a service after this to consume it and dog food it. Which, I already have like a plan for something like that I think could be fun. It'll be like, it's not a business that doesn't exist, but I think building it out in a cheap and easy way would be worthwhile. It's basically, I always forget the name of the product, but like short links as a service, but not necessarily like for the purpose of short linking, but more like long-term links. So as an example, like within GitKraken, if we wanted to embed a video, but then change that video without having to like ship a whole new release, just changing like what it links to. So it's basically like a proxy as a service, but we'd be able to collect metrics and all that. I know there's a service that does this already, and like technically they compete with a couple other services too. I just think I could build it out in a nice, easy way. Not necessarily for the sake of it being like super successful. No, not Linktree. Nah, I think you're misunderstanding still. Hold on. Hmm. God, the person that made it did it in a really good, like, indie way. I don't think it's not Bitly. It's like a really nice short name. Pranav, you were listening to a podcast where devs were discussing the future of coding. I mean, dude, devs are really bad at predicting the future. Like, anything they had to say, you can disregard. There were devs that were worried that SQL was going to take their job. Like, dude, devs are really bad at predicting the future. Dub.co. Yes. That was it. Dub.co. Hell yeah, the bread. Yeah, right? Like, just assume, right? Those same devs are probably really bad at estimating their tasks as well. Do you think they can really predict the future of where coding will go? Come on. Like, just humans are not good at predicting the future. So stop listening to speculation about the future and live in the moment. Deal with the problems that you are presented with right now. So yeah, basically, I want to make what is essentially a dub.co like clone, but also something that is maybe a bit of like a RunScope clone as well. So RunScope is basically like a proxy that can give you performance metrics for like APIs and things like that. And you can inspect the response and requests like between them, Maybe it's not RunScope, but yeah. For the most part, basically Dex from SST made a post that he wanted a thing to be able to inspect the requests and response and have a good visualization of it, and maybe even get like performance metrics for making a request to some API. I feel like that would be totally something doable by a thing like dub.co as well. So yeah, I want to basically make probably a worse version of both, but build it on top of Cloudflare and try and submit it to their like Launchpad system. For the most part, I don't really care too much if my like link tool is actually like good, right? I don't care too much if it's like a really good business or not. I actually just want to make it to prove out the idea of Waltr. But yeah, very legit link. Nice. Win a free iPad very legit link. I like that. No, that's solid. That's fun. But that's basically the idea. So there will be some fun problems to solve in building this because I want people to be able to like do their own domain name and like all that BS, right? To where they can have their own like long-lived links for things that may actually change out from under the hood without having to force a redeploy for something as simple as a YouTube link, right? So yeah, dub.co I think is a fantastic product. I think for the most part, people should just use dub.co because it's already proven, right? It's successful. I think it's also like, is it indie? I think it's indie. It's even open source too, right? So yeah, you should probably just be using dub.co. But I still want to make something somewhat similar because I think it's a somewhat smaller scoped project that I could still like build out and prove out Waltr while building it. So that's my main goal. It's just a project to dog food Waltr with. But okay, so we have a type issue here. I think, is that an extension I'm missing? No, pretty TypeScript errors is there. Is that the pretty version of that error? Ugh. Yikes. So hold on, the or undefined is actually what's getting us. That should no longer be an or undefined. Ah, that was it. So I needed to explicitly do the undefined check instead. It's weird that the Boolean check didn't actually fix that. But, all right. So now, yeah, we can just do that filter after the fact on that. And we'll do basically the same thing for quotas. And yes, you'll notice that we're doing like a loop within a loop here, but the length of balances should never actually be that long, right? Like, I doubt we'll ever go above 10, right? So 10 loops within 10 loops, 100 iterations of something is like as simple as this is really not something to worry about. So yeah, now we got to do the same thing for quotas. Let's see. Yep. Yeah, Super Maven saw the pattern there just fine. Hell yeah. So yeah, right? Like, dude, AI for just better autocomplete, it kind of nails it. It kind of nails it. All right, so we're not using account balances and account quotas anymore, but really all we got to do is change out our loop. And then this becomes balance dot balance. So then from there, if we go to accounts and we inspect one, we should see something meh in there. Yeah, exactly. Okay. And we'll do the same thing for quotas. I think I like the idea of quotas going first. I don't know. We can always fiddle with it more later. Okay, so we got these values in there. We're not styling it in the way that I would want yet. And yeah, realistically, this format quota unit is wrong. What we want to do, this is going to be semicircle progress, for now at least. All right, so we're at 0. Can we do labels inside of that progress? Um, Interesting. Wait, quota.limit. All right, so now we need to log what's happening with our quotas because something seems off there. Right, so it's not going to be on the quota itself. That's right. It's going to be on the merged quota. I think this is a flaw with our fixture data. But it's going to be in the queue. Well, hold on. We do see limit right here. Oh. Yeah, so for quotas, we need to somehow know what the user's quota limit is. Okay, so I'm trying to think about when the best time to set the limit value is for a consumer. We almost need to have the quota have a default limit. Yeah, that's the only way that can work. So if we set a default limit, sure, but then what about if a user signs up and updates, and signs up with a paid account? So they're not going to be at the default even from like the inception. When an API consumer sends a request to create the account quota or to create the account, like when should they send us what their new limit is? So basically, user creates a new account. The software as a service that is my customer sends me a request with the account data. On that, it would be nice for them to be able to have just an array mapped to their quota IDs of what their limit is. Because I want to avoid like a pricing tier abstraction at first, at least. So it's still up to like the consumer to individually set the account balances. Can they reset, modify the limit to in between? I mean, the API consumer can do whatever they want. Yeah. Basically, the limit is just a thing that they can modify at the moment. The problem is that when we're currently in a state where we are not creating the account balances automatically, right? So if we create a new balance, we'd have to go iterate through all the users and create an account balance for them with the limit or the default limit, right? I think eventually we will have to have some kind of like tier system. So, right, where there's like quotas and balances, there would be like a third thing, like tiers. And then tiers would most likely be related just to quotas, right? So it's more like quota tiers. The tiers might have to be set at like the individual quota level. Yeah. So I think that's what you're talking about there, Donkey Fish. Yeah, like a set of tiers and they're like minimums or not minimums, maximums or limits or whatever. I want to avoid that abstraction for now. Like I think I want to try and consume Waltr like dog fooding wise and double check that abstraction as I like need to make it for that. So instead, right now, you're going to individually set like limits on users. Eventually, though, like, yeah, we're going to need some kind of like tier system, right? Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about, Donkey. That's why I'm using the word tier. Let me get more music going. I think I want to avoid setting up that abstraction yet so far, though. I think MVP can launch without that. There is going to be the trickiness of like migrating data when we add that after the fact, but there's always going to be that trickiness as we add features post launch, right? So figuring out a good system for that would be important. I think for now, the fix is just a default limit on the balance itself or on the quota itself. So that does involve changes to our types and a whole bunch of other stuff. Yeah, and then default limit could be 0, but it does need to be set. We're going to require that value on the quota. Yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, they actually have that set. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was thinking I needed to uninstall and then reinstall Ghosty via the command line just to like update it easier, but they have updates ready to ship. So, nice. Cool. Yeah. I was thinking because it was like still really early for Ghosty that they didn't have that update functionality, but they totally do. And that's awesome. In fact, let's ship with that because I am finding it, I'm going to have to do a bunch of stuff. I'm going to have to switch between tabs and mitigating the vulnerability with this title equals ghosty thing. It's a little annoying. So yeah, what we'll do is we'll kill this. We're going to do a DB reset because we're going to have to modify a bunch of stuff anyway. But yeah, let's actually just check for updates and then update it. There we go. So yeah, if y'all aren't aware, Ghosty shipped with a vulnerability that would allow, I think, like arbitrary code execution. Right? Because theoretically, code would be able to modify the title, and the title gets evaluated in some way. It's technically something that every like terminal has kind of had as a vulnerability for ages. So yeah, that's why I had the title of the tabs hard coded, but they have since patched it, and we should be good. All right, so this one, API. This one will also be API. This one here is apps dashboard. Okay, so now our TSBS is going to rebuild. We need to update the request response stuff. That's going to be over here in middleware, or actually not middleware, request types here. Nope. Default limit. Totally different thing. And yeah, what's up, Zerk? How you doing? Response types is definitely going to have that as well. In our fixture data, we want to set the default limit. Oh, hold on. That's the queue. There's the fixtures. Right, this is in bytes, so that would be kilobytes, megabytes, gigabyte. 1 gigabyte, sure. Not a lot of bandwidth, but we're just fiddling with it. Okay, so now here in API, npm scaffold. Bring up the database. Run dev there. And then for this, we want to do our fixture scaffold thing, but I want to do it with way less items. Right? The amount of accounts can actually go way lower. Oh, and yeah, we have that defaulting to 50, but it's actually in my script that we're calling that. Yeah, so quota created, creating balances. We go through and create stuff for the accounts. We should only see 5 of these. And I don't think that should be too much of an issue for us. Yeah, okay. Yep, so it is still running a bit slower. Yep, error getting business by user. We got logged out. And yeah, we got 2 more accounts. We'll just wait for those. All right, so that should be all done now. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, I'm really proud of it. Oh, did I not grab my phone? I didn't grab my phone, so we got to do the 2-factor auth. But let me go grab my phone. I'll grab some sodas, rinse my glass, and grab some more water. BRB. But hey, 220. Oh yeah, Space Case. Thank you. Appreciate you. Grabbed my phone, some sodas. We are going to pace ourselves on the beverages a bit better. So in between the whiskeys, I'm going to have water. You go use the restroom. Yeah, how's everyone doing? Y'all having a good day? Let me do the multi-factor auth before we even pour a beverage. Hopefully it didn't expire. Was the database still running a bit slow? Oh. Damn it. I broke something. You know what? We can just kill it. Yeah, that was weird. Okay, so the count. I did count as a query param, didn't I? Instead of part of the post request. I did. Shit. Okay. So let me at least fix that in my script. I don't know why I did that as a query param. Oh, because we're not actually doing a payload anymore. That's right. Let me just double check and run this again just to make sure it works. All right, this should stop at 5. We've got the one balance, right? Yes, okay. And yeah, it's going to run slow while the fixtures are running, which gives us time to do something like this. But yeah, what's everyone up to on this nice, chill Saturday afternoon? Anything fun? This is a little bit early for one of these. It's only like 20 minutes early, so that's not a big deal. For a Saturday, you know. Learned how to make chicken fillet. What does that mean? You mean just like good seasoned chicken breast? And yeah, I saw your steak. So you got the breast, you cut it. When you say cut the breast, like you do like a butterfly, like fillet kind of thing? To where you don't like cut it all the way through and then you like flap it or something. Yeah, hold on. Not Chick-fil-A, come on. Like, do you just mean like just standard chicken breast? Like, how do you cut it? Okay, just standard chicken breast. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. No, hell yeah, man. Yeah, I'm not trying to judge. I was just trying to understand what you meant. Hmm. What is sasami? You mean just like sesame? Like sesame oil? Chicken breast and baked potatoes? Yes, I do some amazing oven roasted potatoes. I also do a really, really good like breakfast potato dish. Oh, sesame chicken. Okay. Gotcha. So the spelling is different. I think you mean sesame spelled this way. So you're saying you season it this way with like the sauce and everything? Okay. I gotcha. Okay, so something like this. Cool. Yeah, no, that looks good. Sweet potato mash. Nice. Yeah, I've got a decent mashed potato recipe from when I was a prep cook. Yeah, sounds good. I'm not much of a mustard fan, but I know there are some recipes that use mustard that I end up liking. No, I gotcha. Yeah, it makes sense. All right, did that stop at the five? It did stop at the five. Perfect. We should have. Oh, done creating fixtures right there. Perfect. Okay, cool. So now if we go look at accounts, we should see roughly we got 55 of them. So all 50 actually ran. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, yeah, because the accounts get created, but they may not have a quota. Okay. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, I'm really, really happy with it. Literally a rave? I don't know about that one. There's definitely other ones that might be more rave like. So M Marvel, it is a shader for Ghosty. So basically, you would take this repo, clone it down, and then you would just set a very simple setting in Ghosty here, and then like restart the window. So then you would set custom shader. I'm not 100% certain that custom shader animation equals true is necessary. And then, yeah, you get some cool stuff. We ended up doing a bunch of them. So this is the one I'm currently using. And I guess we don't have a command for Ghosty. We should. Let's make that command real quick. Nope, not yet. Yeah, let's make that command before I get too deep. Command create. I think it's create. Oh, no, that's fine, X Factor. No, you're good, man. So commands create Ghosty. The terminal terminal emulator I use, if I could type, most of the time I can't type. Most of the time. All right, let's just double check that works. Voila. All right, cool. So we got a command for it. So yeah, basically, we ended up creating a bunch of other shaders. One of the ones we created is this one. We did it for New Year's. And I just got a screen recording of it. Right? Kind of fun. Another one we made was another fireworks one, just because wanted to like see them and test them. This one's kind of fun because it's like, you know, just the rocket that goes up and pops. Right? The one you see is this one, which is nice. And then this one I'll probably switch to eventually as well. We basically spent all of New Year's Day finding really fun shaders over on shadertoy.com. Yeah, that one's sick. So yeah, you can basically take it, like, not any shader. There's some criteria, basically. Like, let's go look at particle experiment here. Any shader that doesn't have any special channel stuff and only has one of these is really easy to modify, right? Like, basically, we would just take this, add a chunk of code at the end to mix it or mux it with the terminal output. And then we might want, like for this one, it wouldn't matter as much, but for others, we may want to invert the y-axis. So basically, this one was upside down until we inverted the y. But it's pretty straightforward. Like the changes to the code, like we were able to hammer through and create a bunch of them. Like same thing with this one, we had to modify it by inverting the y-axis. I plan on making a YouTube video about that. I am slacking on that YouTube video, but maybe that's something I do tomorrow. I gotta focus on some like work videos though tomorrow. You can overlap them by just providing more than one. Yeah, let me try that because I'm a little curious. And it's basically like the order in which you define them. So if we did fireworks, see, here's the thing. Now, I don't want to do it just yet because I'm pretty sure it requires that we have to like restart. But basically, yes, you could just do two shaders on top of each other. I don't think you pass an opacity. That I'm not sure of. That I don't know. I think for the most part, like, no, you don't pass an opacity in here. You could modify the shaders to have an opacity. But yeah, I haven't fiddled with that yet. And because I just reset up all of these, I don't feel like setting them up again because we would have to like restart things. Making it so the shaders could be like hot reloaded would be really awesome. But also, I'm not sure how you would do that. So yeah, it is open source. So if you want to go modify Ghosty and submit a pull request that allows the shaders to be hot reloaded, then we could even make the shaders change based upon chat commands. And that would be kind of cool. As far as I know, only Ghosty. Well, it's interesting that the longer this one runs, like the more uniform the output gets. It was like really random at the start. But if you just leave it running, it eventually coalesces. Okay, so Kitty does too. I didn't know that. Oh, okay. I haven't done much with Kitty. Yeah, one thing I really want to do eventually is, like, for me, hot reloading the shaders would be a bit tricky, but what I would want to do is make the shader take in, instead of a mouse XY, like the XY of your cursor or something, like as you type. Oh, there you go, Alan. Yeah, you could just play the shader in some OpenGL window and then just make your terminal transparent. That would be a good hack right there. Oh, and dude, I forgot. Yeah, someone sent me like a Merry Christmas or whatever, but they sent it in WhatsApp, and I always forget about WhatsApp. See, I need to send them a message. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure a big reason for that is that like SMS was something that the telecoms were like overcharging for, basically. Nowadays, it might not be a problem, but they messed up so long ago that, like, you know, people already migrated. Yeah, see, the longer this runs, the more it just coalesces into like uniform output for the particles. That's weird. It is just an experiment, so makes sense. But yeah, you can basically just go find shaders like this, and yeah, this one would not be hard to just port over to being a ghosty shader. This would not be hard at all, actually. All right, it would just be down here at the bottom. You'd set the mixing of the terminal output, and then you would probably, like, you probably wouldn't even need to invert the Y. So yeah, I'll make a video about how you can do that. It's really simple, but yeah, I think it would be a good fun video. I'm just slacking. It's like this dude smokes weed or something. I don't get it. Like, he's so lazy. You know something I just realized too? When I do that, like speak as if I'm talking about myself, I'm pretty sure I'm stealing that from Jim Gaffigan. Right? Like in his stand-up routine, he'll tell a joke and then he'll like, God, what's this guy doing? I don't get it. Like he's making jokes about food all the time. You know, like so yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm just ripping off Jim Gaffigan's like shtick a little bit. Which I think is fine because he's hilarious. But okay, let's continue doing what we're doing. Here in balance details, we should have a limit or a default limit. And it's not balance details, it's account details. Ghosty is a terminal emulator. Yes. I would recommend just going and checking out the URL in this link. So then that gives us that value. Cool. And we have consumed less than like 1% of this thing. All right, so then for this, we want to check if label is bytes. And I'm doing that in the wrong place. Wait, prettier. Why is that not being formatted? I think that works for me. We just got one thing we want to do for this thing. If we are over, right, color, and then this would be quota dot amount greater than limit, red, otherwise blue. All right, so then, yeah, we'll just do something like that. And instead of at a 1/2 level, we'll do it at a third. And then for balances, yeah, we want to format the hell out of this. Yeah, I don't like that. We're gonna turn on word wrap. There we go. All right, so now we see that. Cool. And what we want to do next is start styling the hell out of this thing. So this is going to be, I'm going to say a 3. We're going to make that a 3rd as well. And we'll actually make that a 2. Actually think we'll make that a size 1. Okay, so yeah, now these H4s, not text center. I did that on the wrong one. Whoops. What's up, Cinder? How you doing? I do wonder if we should just center everything. And then, yeah, for this one, I don't think we actually want heading. Instead, we'll just do it as a string. We'll do font bold. And then text, let's just say LG. then we'll make it real big. 2XL. Yeah, that's looking all right to me. I think one other thing I might want to do is just move like the created date over to the right side. And eventually we'll want to make these a link to somewhere else. Should it be grid layout? You mean like quotas and balances? No, because quotas could potentially be like multiple. There could be 3 or 4 of them. Unless you mean like this part. Now we'll just do this with flex. What do you mean, Crepe? Where else would we put the data? I think the info about the account should be grouped with the other info about the account. Yeah, so I like this so far. So I messed up in the currency formatting, though. Ooh, that's something I kind of want on the. It's not balance details. Well, yeah, this is balance accounts. Oh, and we haven't done the quota accounts page, so we should work on that next. Let me commit some changes that we made, though. How do I keep going? By putting one foot in front of the other. What about this makes you think it's repetitive? No, I get it. I'm just saying, like, what about this do you think is repetitive? I totally understand that repetitive work gets boring. Absolutely. Um, I would recommend that you try and find a job that's less boring, or you work on finding parts of it like less boring. Like your definition of what boring is really something you get to define. So, same business logic, same SQL queries. Is it though? If you concentrate too much on the similarities, you'll miss out on what makes them different. As an example, there's only something like 120 to 140 general plot lines that work as a film. But movies are still fun to watch, right? So just because the movie you're watching follows the same plot structure as some movie that was made 20 years ago, does that make the movie boring? No. Right? Because there's something different that you can concentrate on rather than the stuff that's similar. Right? Like there's only so many like plot structures that can exist that would make an entertaining film. But the actors in it, the dialogue, those things change. So concentrate on the things that change, not the things that stay the same. Yeah, no worries, mentally. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, in many cases, boredom is something we can actually decide rather than it being like an objective truth. There are people that consider reading boring. You know, I would say that is definitely a possibility there. There's also something to that, right? Some of us are better at starting projects than finishing projects. And often it's not even just something that you do, but if you started the project, you're probably not the right person to finish it. Like that's just a common case, right? If you've worked on it for too long, it's hard to like, it's hard to push it over the finish line. Whereas there should be someone maybe you bring on that can help you get there. When I worked at an agency or a consultancy or whatever you want to call it, I do think there was a major value in the handoff process, right? Like I'm really good at scaffolding a project. I'm really good at setting it up for other devs to like take over. Because I document things. I set up the README so that they can spin it up easier. I'll build the Docker containers. I'll make sure we're setting up the right patterns for data access and blah, blah, blah. Like that's where my expertise lies. Whereas other people are really good about, well, what do we need to do to finish this and hand it off to the client? But also, the fact that I'm often the one starting the project means that I'm just not the right person to finish it, because you will lose like vision of that scope over time. So, yeah. Well, I mean, crepe. Managers care about people being productive too. If you scaffold a project that someone can't possibly jump into to finish anyway, that matters to managers whether they know it or not. But yeah, I got lucky because, at an agency, there's always a new project in the pipeline. And because I have experience with all of the front end frameworks, there was always some project that the salespeople were like, hey, I need to sell this Angular project or this React project or this Vue project. Is Chris available? So yeah, there was almost always like a fight to get me onto a new project pretty frequently. So yeah, part of my goal was to make it to where I could hand off the project to another dev so they could like, do the maintenance work or do the get it over the finish line work. What you may be getting at is that you don't like the maintenance work. Or you don't like the finish line work. Because it is a less creative thing. Yeah, I don't know. Something to think about. I would say mentally toxic. If you think you're getting burnout, you probably are, right? Because you often don't recognize burnout until you already are. I do want to point out that jumping to a new job can help reduce some of that, but if you don't actually like understand why you're getting burnt out, you're just setting yourself up to have that same feeling later too. So I would try and figure out why you're feeling burnout. While keeping in mind that jumping to a new job is a great way to boost your salary. And it's possible, like, do you feel like you're getting paid enough? Because that's actually a big thing in job satisfaction, right? You need to get to the point to where you feel like you're being paid enough. And then at that point, your salary has diminishing returns on your satisfaction. So once you're paid enough, then you need to concentrate on finding work that you care about. But big thing to remember is that a lot of work is just create, read, update, delete. So even if you're working on a project that solves a problem that you're really invested in, you're still going to be doing create, read, update, delete. I think there's still value and fun in doing create, read, update, delete, though. Like, there's always problems to solve that are somewhat different. So I don't know. Again, I'm not the expert. I'm just brainstorming here. That's all. What's up, Innovators Cube? How you doing? Every web app is basically a CRUD app. Every desktop app is basically a CRUD app. Most applications are just CRUD applications. So if you really concentrate and focus on the stuff that's the same, you'll never see the stuff that's different. Yeah, I think he's full of shit. Like, dude. Uh-huh. Yeah, all of a sudden the company or the CEO of the company that invested massively in OpenAI is trying to convince us that OpenAI is going to replace all of that stuff. Do we actually trust him? I don't trust him as far as I can throw him, and I got a bad shoulder, so I shouldn't be throwing anybody. Yes, I've done React Native. Mentally toxic. He has a vested interest in convincing people that AI is the future. He is not someone you should listen to on the subject. His company has spent billions of dollars towards that goal. Of course he's going to be selling some snake oil. Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft. His bias is showing. If I was going to do a mobile app, it would be React Native. That's fine. There aren't enough libraries for Flutter. I don't want to reinvent the wheel. Yeah, exactly. There was that one dude who like laid off most of his devs because AI is going to do the job for them. And then, yeah, now that company is totally hiring devs back. Most likely devs that they're going to have to pay more because they're going to have to like work through the AI slop. Now, Satya's comment wasn't about like the AI writing code. It was about AI taking over the value of software as a service. But even then, I would love to see an AI actually handle everything Salesforce does, or everything HubSpot does, or everything any major software as a service does. Satya is talking 10 years in the future easily. Worry about the here and now. You can't predict the future. Devs and CEOs are really bad at doing it. Humans in general are bad at predicting the future. So you can basically just stop listening to people that are trying. The word Satya means true, which is kind of ironic. That's actually funny. Yeah, exactly, Illist. Right? 70s developers thought SQL would take developer jobs away. Like, people really don't know how to predict the future. At all. Some of the authors that have written science fiction that appears to have predicted the future have actually just influenced what people decided to build because they read about it in sci-fi and decided that they could probably make it. If they hadn't read that sci-fi that tried to predict the future, would they have actually been predicting that future? No. So there is something about like the chicken and egg thing. But yeah, I don't know, man. You can basically just stop listening to people that think they know. Right? Science fiction was never about people thinking they know. It was someone just following a thought experiment. And that's fine. Oh, absolutely, Illist. The first freeway was thought of in sci-fi. Right? Like, so much of technology we have is influenced by the creativity of authors writing science fiction in the past. Were they predicting the future? No, but they did influence the future. So there's something to that effect. But they weren't trying to predict it. They were just following a thought experiment. And what's up, Innovators Cube? Sorry, I missed when you said why. I'm pretty sure I explained it, but let me know if I didn't. Well, I mean, Star Trek had like the tricorder and the communicator where you talk into it like people do with Siri, right? Etc. All sorts of stuff. But okay, so let's double check. Let's continue doing some of this. Why use React over Flutter? For me, it's the library ecosystem. I don't want to reinvent the wheel. So the amount of libraries available to React Native is greater than the ecosystem for Flutter. That's my only decider. I don't care about the language. I don't care about the technology behind it. I don't give a shit. I want to get stuff done, not reinvent the wheel. Yep. Yeah, no worries, Innovators. That's actually my reason for picking most technology. Solid. Really nice experience using Solid. It's fast. It's, it's cool. But the library ecosystem, no thank you. Like all sorts of frameworks. Vue, really, really cool. But again, the library ecosystem. There's just so much more written that works with React. Am I a software engineer? I used to be. I'm a developer advocate now. I would say I still am, but not as a profession. Like, I'm doing software here on stream, aren't I? Barely. I'm ranting more than I actually do code, but you know what? All right, we're getting there. Yeah, I'm a rant engineer. There you go. Exactly. That's a good point, Dr. Drap. Yeah. Right? Like, even the best sci fi tends to need some kind of like love interest just to keep some people who care more about the personal aspects rather than you know, the sci-fi portion of things. Yeah. It is refreshing when a film doesn't have to go too deep into the love interest part. I guess developer advocate is somewhat a professional yapper as well. So I fell into a good job, didn't I? I'm getting a bit of the facial flushing. It's definitely not healthy. I think it indicates I have a slight allergy to alcohol, right? Like the facial flushing. How did engineers work before Git was a thing? Subversion. The way my mom even described it when working on mainframe stuff was you would check out code and you were the only one that could then modify that code. So merge conflicts weren't a thing because you checked it out, no one else can touch it. So yeah, back in the day, and I think Subversion might even have some resemblance to that, but yeah, at least for mainframe work, for telecommunications back in the 80s and 90s, you would just check out code, and that was your code to modify until you checked it back in. Not necessarily. You would make like smaller changes at a time. But yes, you would typically just not overlap with each other. Right? Like my mom worked on the team that did number portability for the 1-800 system. I doubt she did that entire feature herself. I'm not sure if they were bullshitting or not, but I do know one person who has worked with, some COBOL stuff, and they did mention that they've seen my mom's name in the header file because in COBOL, or at least for like mainframe stuff, when you modify a file, you go into a list of everyone who has ever modified that file. They could have been bullshitting though. You remember TortoiseGit? I don't remember TortoiseGit. But yeah, how you doing, Code Warrior? What's up, Keegan? How you doing? All right, so yeah, we want to do quota accounts now. Like 2010? Sure. Nobody can check out the code if it's on a punch card on your desk. Exactly. That's another good point. So yeah, you know, before any software version control, there was hardware version control. Yeah, that's a good point there, Lid Mike. So, all right. So here's one thing I'm going to do. We're going to grab all of this. I mean, there's developer advocate. I just added technical anyway because titles are kind of meaningless. But I think there are plenty of developer advocates that really aren't that technical. Right? There are plenty of developer advocates or DevRel people that really just couldn't code their way out of a paper bag. I was hired specifically because I was an engineer previously in my role. For this company, my main goal is to make video content, but video content that would resonate with developers. So in a lot of cases, I'm like setting up scenarios for reproducing like merge conflicts or having to like create a work tree. And that's actually one of the videos I need to make tomorrow. I need to have a pull request in flight in which someone asks for a change, but I have like another feature that I'm working on with changes in my local system. So then I need to use a work tree to check out my, the branch that I have a pull request for to make a change that fixes their thing, but all without having to stash what I have in my main local. Right? That's like the main, I think the most valuable version of work trees. So I work with a bunch of really good people in the product marketing department, but they are not software developers. So for them to set up a scenario like that, to demonstrate a feature like that, would take a lot more effort, and they'd have to take up the time of actually like a dev on the team or something, right? So instead, I can kind of like bridge that gap. If you use GitLens at all, in our walkthrough, right, where it teaches you about GitLens, there's a few videos in which I'm doing the voiceover and I'm like navigating through and showing things, right? So like, yeah, that kind of content is what they're really looking for from me. And then on the side, I get to make content that I find interesting, like trying to document and create a blog post and a video about how we migrated from Flow to TypeScript for like a 600,000 line code base. The PR for that was like 500,000 lines. I didn't have anything to do with that actual code change, but I did interview the dev that does, and I was able to ask technical questions to that dev that other people on the product marketing team would probably not be able to ask as well. So basically, I'm a developer advocate focused on making technical content. So yes, I added the technical to the developer advocate part. My official title is developer advocate, but titles are kind of meaningless anyway. Exactly. Some of the other content that I'm making lately is like podcast stuff. So we need to publish out the latest video, but I did an interview with Corbin Crutchley talking about software as a team sport and just, discussing like working on a team. And it's like a half-hour long video, podcast style, in which, we just kind of chat and shoot the shit. I've got 3 of those recorded so far. I need to record 3 more. The next one that releases is with Robin Hines. I think we'll release that on like Monday or Tuesday. Robin Hines works at Infinite Red, which is a React Native shop for the people that were talking about React Native earlier. The video after that is going to be with Shashi Low. And then, the 3 other people, I've got 2 of them that are tentatively lined up, but holidays happened and they were busy, and I need to like reach out again and schedule that stuff for them. But we're basically releasing a podcast episode once a month. And I don't know. Who knows if it's like really good content, or like whether we'll actually get like a big viewership base or anything. But we do still get to like clip from those and make short content for like YouTube Shorts or TikTok or LinkedIn or whatever. Yeah, for sure. Exactly, Crepe. Hold on, let me skip this song. Yeah, you'll find like the longer people work in DevRel or developer advocacy, like same difference, same thing, the less technical they get. Right? They end up just making like demo projects. So I think, I haven't necessarily had major conversations about this with work, but the fact that I'm building out like a larger project on my own time instead of just stupid little demo projects, I think keeps my chops up and also keeps me like understanding the dev process and being able to talk to devs better, right? So I don't know. I'm stoked on it. I don't have any plans to change companies for a while, but if I do end up changing companies for developer advocacy, the type of company will determine if I end up moving more towards like demo content, right? And that would be trickier. I know Facebook is hiring for a developer advocate for the Quest, like VR stuff. That would be really interesting. But that role's looking for people with like Unity experience, which I just don't have. And yeah, I like where I'm at. I like the team. I like all the people. I'm getting paid enough. Those are all the things that check the boxes of me being happy at a job. QA testers for the Quest team? I don't know. Meta careers? That's not going to happen. I think that's the big problem. If I wanted to get a job at Facebook, I'd have to actually create a Facebook account again. Gross. No, I'm sure it's fine. I did quit Facebook back when they went IPO. The excuse was, yeah, I don't know if I can trust them. The real reason is I didn't like the parasocial, or not even parasocial, but like just, yeah, the social media aspect of like seeing what like romantic interests were up to, or like the showing off the best part of themselves rather than like the real part. Like, I don't know. Yeah. I didn't like it. Didn't make me feel good. So yeah, it was a little bit of both. The IPO and trust, as well as eh. Eh. But yeah, what's up, Fallen? How you doing? Basically, using Facebook wasn't making me happy at all. And in fact, sometimes it was making me unhappy. Zach, at the moment, you just use it for Marketplace? Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like there's Craigslist. I'd just use Craigslist, but yeah. Tomato, tomato. Oh, there isn't Craigslist where you're at in Canada? Interesting. Hmm. Kijiji is owned by eBay now? Oh, I did not know that. Yeah, I've been meaning to look into Marco JS, but again, problem with Marco, lack of libraries, unless they have some kind of like React interop. But it does still seem like really interesting the way they approach, you know, various things, like as a full stack kind of framework, or not full stack, but like a Next.js competitor. It's something in my teeth. Medusa seems really cool. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for e-commerce, Medusa actually seems really nice. I'm like, is not Medusa. Hold on, Medusa JS. Is it React based though, or is it like full on vanilla? I've never heard of Vendor. Yeah. So Medusa does use React, it looks like. Oh, maybe Medusa React is just its own thing. Okay. Hmm. Uh, I know there is like a Next.js something or other. I think it's just Next Commerce or something. Yeah, I don't know. So you're saying there's another thing called Vendor? I've never heard of that one. Okay, so it's Nest and Angular. Okay. Nah, that's cool. Yeah, a little Saf. That makes sense. Code Cannon, the best tech stack is the one that you think you can launch with. For the most part, your front end and your back end shouldn't care what they're made in. So at that point, pick whatever the hell you want. All right, maintain a proper separation of those concerns and you're good to go. Yeah, see, I disagree with T3 stack. Like, I disagree with Next.js as well. I don't want my back end co-located with my front end. I do think T3 and Next.js as a front end with a back end for front end consuming a canonical REST API makes a lot of sense. So I think those are great. But if you're treating your entire back end as just the back end part of Next.js, I think you're fucking up. T3 stack is basically Next.js mixed with TRPC and Planet Scale and a few other things. It's basically a starter kit more than an actual stack. Right? So if Next.js is a meta framework, T3 stack is a meta framework. You know? And it's not like I'm not trying to talk any shit. I think it serves a valid use case, but I think if you're building your main backend inside of T3 stack or Next.js in general, I think you're fucking up. Pretty much every company I've seen ever do that has migrated away from that. But there is something to be said that they get a bit of velocity by starting out that way. I don't think your docs should be a Next.js app. I don't think your back end, like main back end, should be Next.js either. I fundamentally believe in the separation of concerns between your REST API and whatever the hell you want to build it with, and your front end, and even back end for front end that just consumes it. So yeah, whatever you want to build a REST API in, I don't care. It could be Laravel, it could be Nest, right? Not Next, Nest. It could be anything. Yeah, that decoupling is important to me, little Seth. You should be able to rewrite your front end and your back end doesn't care. You should be able to rewrite your back end and your front end doesn't care. If those things are ever coupled together in a way to where they care about each other, you're fucking up, in my opinion. And I mean your main backend, right? I'm okay with Next.js acting as a backend for front end. But that backend for front end is just an aggregator of your actual API. So yeah, this is something I am a little skeptical of, right? Vendor seems cool, but this solo dev thing, I personally would not want to build an e-commerce platform or build an e-commerce app with a lottery factor this big. Unless this thing is the lottery that they win, and then, you know, they're stuck maintaining it. But yeah, nah. At least with Medusa, you've got a little bit more people involved. Like it's more of a proper company. And I know it sounds rich coming from me because I'm building a software as a service and I'm the only contributor too. But this to me seems way healthier, right? Like way healthier. And eventually I would like Waltr to have a similar graph. Yeah, and that makes sense there, Seth, right? Like just 1,700 commits, 14 million lines of code. The main person for vendor, 3 million lines of code, right? So yes, a much newer project. So it makes sense. I'm not trying to say don't use it, I'm just pointing out that there are things you should be thinking about. Okay, so it looks like we're not going to have the gaming crew tonight. Might just be me and Acorn, well, and Acorn may have other stuff to do anyway. But yeah, Algo and Robotic Head are both out. One second. So HTML biscuits are responsible for something like that right there. Annotating the end bracket or end tag of various parts of code. The Pepper is definitely not that good at annotating JSX code. But when we look at it annotating JavaScript code, we can see that this bracket is related to this if check, which is nice. So it's a set of extensions I made for VS Code. I think HTML biscuits is definitely the most useful. JSTS biscuits, has some bugs like you were just seeing. Sorted biscuits is nice for other languages like Rust or Go. Yeah. So Lil Seth, have I heard about the Hiva theme for Magento? They removed the bloatware, but it costs money. I mean, no, I haven't. I haven't looked at Magento for years. And then real quick, another question. Do I think it's best to build the complete backend first and then the front end, or mixed? It's hard to call anything complete, so I'm not sure what you mean by that. You should probably have an idea of the MVP. And yes, I like to build out the REST API as an MVP ahead of time. No matter what, as you start building the front end, you'll realize that there are endpoints you need. So you're going to keep working on the back end anyway. So get money. There's no such thing as best, but we do tend to recommend free code. Okay, so we've got bugs on this page that we need to fix. Yep, and we got more find and replace to do. Walik? No, I haven't. I have no idea what that is. Oh, wait, not account. Quota. And I missed some follows. Sorry. Code Cannon, thank you for that follow. Appreciate you. Second. All right, so we should have that endpoint now. What else is broken in here? So yeah, format quota currency is not a thing. Format quota unit is a thing. I don't think any of that's actually accurate. Now hold on. Format quota unit. It's amount, and then quota config is label and is percentage. And that one's just empty by default. So then this, we'll say that and call that good. All right, so let's look at some of this. Okay, so it seems to me like we have some work to do to that endpoint. Yes, it is. Get a counter for the head bops? I'm pretty sure we would overflow the, like any number type we gave it. Pretty sure it would overflow a 256-bit integer. You find yourself head bopping along too? There we go. And nominate CM Griffin Best Music on Stream 2025. It's pretty good. I got a pretty good collection here. And yeah, if you guys want to like pick and choose from the playlist, it's actually really easy. It's just Bandcamp/CM Griffin. Yeah, so here is the interesting thing. We don't get any accounts from this, so I think there's something wrong with that endpoint. So we'll have to go look at that. Do I code every day usually? I'd say at least 5 days a week. Yeah. I stream 5 days a week. So, yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, before some company bought Pandora and like, you know, made it private basically. Yeah. What do I like about coding? I like being able to make something, right? Like 100 years ago, I would have liked to have been an inventor. It's a lot harder to be an inventor these days, but I can still just have an idea and make something. All right, 1 second. On how to pass storing data in cookies URL that can be inspected in DevTools and how to handle sensitive information. I'd say be more specific. What kind of information are you talking about?
But yeah, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, I had to go pee. I mean, specifics are necessary. Yeah, sorry, 2-bit. Specifics are absolutely necessary for a question like that. All right, so let's go look at the back end and figure out why we're not actually getting this data. Well, that would be why. We're not doing anything in the endpoint. I wonder why this isn't working. The one in the middle there, yeah, that one's really good. That emote might bop its head as much as I do. Maybe. Hold up. Those are all coming from query string. So we don't need to validate that part. So this is a get endpoint, which is accurate. Cool. Yeah, it's good. If you ever want the current song, you just do !song, and you got it. If I get that, and if my bot isn't crashed. So yeah, we're good. Yep, something went terribly wrong because we're not passing the right data. And I think we are missing some indexes, which means I think we got to restart the API. Yep, yeah, we don't even have a folder for indexes. Last time I dislocated? Feel like it's been over a year. I feel like it's been over a year. Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah, basically. God, I'm trying to remember when the last time was. But I've done it doing things simple enough as like putting on a hoodie. Yeah, I don't remember the last time it happened, actually. That's a really good thing, actually. I feel like it's been at least a year. No, I'm definitely not going to do it. It would be the same exact reaction. I would be really upset with myself for letting it happen. I'd have to grab it and yank it back in. It actually does need to pop right now. But that's a different thing. Like, there are cases where it's like just slightly out of socket and I gotta just like pop it like a knuckle. But yeah, it doesn't want to right now for some reason. But Caven, hey, thank you for that follow 9 minutes ago. All right, so yeah, we need to create some indexes here. Actually need to check my types on this one. So it's a mount. Okay, hold on. Wait. I missed it. Your cousin started taking coding lessons at school, and the other day he told me he hates HTML because it's too hard. Thoughts? You laughed a lot. Our definition of what hard means changes over time. I wonder if he's actually saying HTML is hard, and he's actually instead saying CSS is hard. Because CSS actually is hard until you understand things like specificity, etc. He means just the HTML part? Okay. It'll just take time. They'll figure it out. I mean, here's the thing. Does no one here actually remember when they didn't understand HTML? It's actually hard. It's really hard to remember when you didn't understand something that you consider simple now. Like, can you actually empathize with the version of yourself that didn't understand addition or multiplication or division or any of that? No, it's easy now. But it wasn't always so easy. It's just really easy for us to blank out those moments, right? After we finally get it. Had to write HTML in Notepad. Yeah, exactly, right? But I think there's definitely something to the effect of eventually we get to a point where we can't fathom not understanding something. But there was definitely a time when we didn't. He has bases. I don't know what that means. Nah, I still think it's hard to truly empathize with that, right? Because at some point, things that we take for granted, we didn't always. You know, you're probably not going to remember a time when you didn't know how to walk. But now, we don't think about walking because we do it all the time. But learning how to walk was probably really hard for us at one point. I can't, well, like trying to think about snowboarding. I'm really trying to think about like how I didn't understand how to link my turns, right? I do remember that time when I didn't know, but I don't understand how my brain didn't get it. No. I get that. Thank you for sharing. I'm just pointing out, like, I'm just thinking about that a little bit. Yeah, the better you get at something, the harder it is to actually teach it because teaching actually requires that empathy. It requires being able to put yourself in the shoes of the person that doesn't get it yet and try and explain it to them in a way that they will. That's why the best teachers aren't usually the best at the thing they're teaching. It's why that phrase, those who can do and those who can't teach. Because they're actually better teachers because they can empathize with the people that don't understand the topic as well. right? Because I'm good at snowboarding, there are people that think I'd be good at teaching snowboarding. But the better you get at a thing, the harder it is to actually teach. And I don't mean that like you're unable to teach any of it. Like I can teach people some of the basics about snowboarding, and I even mentioned this the other day, right? Like, yeah, you want to spin off of a jump? Well, yeah, make sure your edge control is correct. But then after the edge control, it's all about your shoulders and the direction you're looking. If you want to spin a flat spin off of a jump, you look over your shoulder. If you want to spin a corked spin off of a jump, you look under your shoulder. Like I can teach you that part. I can't teach you how to set your edge properly. Nah, that's just the part I get, you know. Setup turns maybe. Sure. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Yes, I definitely had some teachers at the community college where I got a 2 year degree that were really just not that qualified to be teaching what they were teaching. I only had like one or two of those, but I did have them. No, it's fine. You're doing well. You're killing it. Yeah, you're doing fine. All right, so here's one thing we got to do. We got to kill the API, and we got to destroy the API. We'll do a little bit of scaffolding. We'll just get like 5 accounts made. We don't need to do the full 50. It does mean we're going to have to relog in, and we're going to have to do some other stuff. But yeah, we're getting there. And yeah, what's everyone up to tonight? Doing anything fun? I'm not sure we're going to have anyone to game with tonight. Unless any of y'all want to play some Path of Exile 2 together. So either we'll go late here and then do a little bit of gaming, or maybe, we'll end within a couple hours and play some new game. I haven't tried that Indiana Jones yet. How to use Google Test? Ooh, I've never even heard of that, Markantine. All right, done creating fixtures. It's a testing framework for C++. Interesting. The Indiana Jones does look good. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's free on Xbox Game Pass, so I can check it out anytime, basically. You thought it looked clunky and unpolished? Interesting. Like, the graphics look next level. Now, will they look that way on my machine? I'm still running on a 1080. Yeah, I will say, like, that is most likely the YouTuber cherry picking, like, the worst, like, thing they could find. Well, that doesn't look so bad. That actually looks okay. We did not get a failure on the API. All right, let's look at what this error is. Value must be a number. Oh, and I bet, hold on. I bet I already know what the issue is. Like a glove. Ah, hell yeah. All right, so question about Google Analytics. If you wanted to use their API in your personal site to display their data on your admin page as you log in, would you need to put in some kind of controller, then render the API through the admin homepage? In Laravel. I don't know. I don't use, like, I have never used Laravel to render anything. I just don't do that. I do not mix rendering with my REST API. I find that actually a major anti-pattern. Laravel to make a REST API? Yeah, I've done that. But to actually render templates? Hell no. I'm not doing that. No. No. Definitely not. Again, it comes down to the separation of concerns. I should be able to change out my front end and my, I should be able to change out my front end, my back end doesn't care. I should be able to change out my back end and my front end doesn't care. As long as you maintain the contract between them, that is your REST API, right? Like the specification. I will never build out an application that breaks that separation of concerns ever again. I have back in the day, but I didn't do it with Laravel. Sure. Yeah, I basically just don't want my REST API wasting CPU cycles on rendering. Ugh. Technically, it is rendering JSON. But that's if you want to get really pedantic about it. So yeah, I like what we got going so far here. We got to think about our next steps. Oh, and someone mentioned they're working on their CLI tool, right? Who was that? That was DJ. CLI framework. Oh, interesting. What language is your CLI framework written in? When did I start this project? I think I started it like 2 years ago. But then we paused it because I needed to get a job. So we probably worked on it for maybe like 2 or 3 months 2 years ago. And then we picked it back up again like 2 or 3 months ago. But we took like a month off while I was traveling for like conferences and stuff. So I'd say there's anywhere between like 4 and 6 months of work put into this project. That's fine, cool coding cat. I definitely wouldn't treat any of that stuff as like something to religiously do. To me, separation of concerns can be taken too far. Dependency inversion can be taken too far. But man, yeah, I wasn't expecting to get this quota account stuff done that quickly. Now, if we go here, we end up seeing all of this, and voila. Yeah, nice. Let me commit what we got so far. All right, let's look at our notes. So create pages for account balances and account quotas. Yep, we did that one. What's up, Humble Web Dev? How you doing? feel like we probably did this one too, but we should double check that. Let me grab another soda real quick. And yeah, Happy New Year. You're doing well? Nice. Yes, I'm using JWTs. And I have no problem whatsoever storing them in local storage. I may refactor to a cookie, but it would be a client-side cookie. The only reason I want to do that is so I can share it between the marketing site and the dashboard application. But yeah, I'm not worried about some like boogeyman being able to sniff that code. I just don't care. That same boogeyman could just make a request on your behalf if you're using a secure cookie anyway, right? The anti-JWT and local storage crowd really, really wants to scare us into not doing so, but it's only a valid concern if you allow users to create content and then, you have XSS problems. We don't have any cross-site scripting problems whatsoever. And even then, even if you're not using JWTs in local storage and you're using secure HTTP-only cookies, that same XSS problem exists because XSS can just make a request on your behalf from that site anyway. Ryan Florence loves to say, well, what if the guy who maintains Unpackage, right, his friend Michael Jackson, what if his friend wants to like man in the middle your request and add some malicious code to that payload at runtime in production? Well, number one, that is a straw man argument. You shouldn't be using Unpackage in production. Problem solved. Right? So anything else you're going to say after that? Nah. Right? There's a good Louis C.K. bit. Yeah, so I messed up my ankle and I went to the doctor and he's like, so yeah, you're just gonna take 5 to 10 ibuprofen for it and you're good. Like, you'll be fine. It's your ankle, whatever. And he's like, well, how long do I have to do that for? And it's like, no, that's just something you do now. It's like, well, I mean, if I was an athlete, and Doctor jumps in like, no. You're not an athlete. So anything you were going to say after that? Nah, just ignore it. Same idea, right? It's already a false premise. You can ignore everything after the false premise. Right, let's look at the account balances endpoint and see what we got going there. Yeah, we did that. So that part's done. So we definitely want to do that. I don't know if that's the thing we want to do right now. I stream 5 days a week. See, I tend to take Sundays and Wednesdays off, but then pretty much every other day. And sometimes I'll even do a Sunday and a Wednesday stream, just depending on what kind of work I need to do. Like, yeah, Sundays and Wednesdays tend to be long work days for me, like where I might put in 10 to 12 hours. That was definitely even like more so the case when I was like a front end engineer. As a developer advocate, I still got to do video editing and all that stuff. You got some amazing news? What's the amazing news? You're employed again? Nice. What kind of job you get? Staff software engineer. Nice. Hell yeah, dude. Happy for you. Yeah, that's awesome. Like what kind of software? If you can say, totally up to you. Like staff front end, staff back end, staff full stack. Uh, gonna lead a team of about 10. Interesting. So I've never actually thought of staff engineer as like a team lead kind of role. In my opinion, like staff is about inter-team communication. Like inter-team communications, like facilitating communication between teams. Yeah, to me that sounds like team lead type stuff, which I guess staff could be. Like I guess staff is more of like a pay bracket than anything at this point. I think that's actually wrong. But HR is going to be HR. Okay, makes sense. Yes, that is like more of what I understand staff to be, for sure. And there's like a book. It's like staffeng.com. Oh, they definitely do humble web dev, right? Like I've worked at an agency or consultancy or whatever you want to call it, where 2 years in, you were a senior dev all of a sudden. These devs were not senior devs. Like, dude, not even close. I'm pretty sure they gave me the title before I deserved it too. Actually, I don't know if they ever officially gave me the senior title because I was a contractor. So the title just didn't matter. I would just negotiate my rate. Okay. God, I really like this song. New job feels like a startup culture. Okay. And Code Cannon, advice for junior engineers currently working as a part-time software engineer during your bachelor's degree. Um, I I think you're on the right track. I don't have any advice for you. Yeah, one of my biggest recommendations was going to be try and find an internship or part-time job or whatever before you even graduate. A lot of people like go through and get their degree and then expect to just have a job handed to them when they graduate, and it doesn't work that way. So you're already doing exactly what you need to. Nah, that's fine. You don't list that when you're applying. Like on your resume, it's just a software engineer role, you know? You've already got a leg up on people that don't have anything. So yeah, I don't know. No advice to give at this point. Just keep building stuff, I guess. Yeah, like Lil Seth says, build stuff. Yep. So yeah, this overview page is something we got to work on. That's definitely a step. I think settings here is something. Yeah, we're definitely not done, but we can start filling in other blanks. And then once we've got those filled in, we can start recognizing what we like and don't like about other pages. Um, yeah, another thing would be And let's do this, right? Balance transaction/payments pages, and then quota usage is /adjustments pages. And hold on, let me read some stuff. Write more code, read less books. Spent so much time coding without truly understanding the underlying concepts. Now you feel that it held you back more than it should have. So, grazie, I would say there's definitely something that you're maybe ignoring about what they said. They weren't saying don't read any books, but there's definitely a major pattern that beginners, juniors, even mid-level people fall into, where they just read something and think that they have that knowledge now. And without applying the knowledge that you get from a book, it's worthless. Like, completely worthless. It's basically the same thing as tutorial hell. Right? Their comment wasn't stop reading books. It was code more than you read books. That doesn't mean 0 on the learning and understanding part. And yeah, no word from Acorn yet. Hmm. Yeah, someone made a really good comment over on YouTube that basically I should start adding like a bullet point summary to each stream. And I could definitely like figure out some way to use like an AI tool for that, like over on YouTube. Right? There's like summarizer.tech or whatever. I guess it's if I could spell. No, summarize.tech. Yeah, so I should definitely look at doing this. But I'd probably want to do it with like an LLM or something. I get it, Grazi. I still think that is not the common case, right? The common case is people spend too much time doing tutorials or doing learning content, right? Too many people bounce around from Odin Project to Free Code Camp to some other thing, thinking that it's going to teach them actually what they needed. No. You need to build stuff, and in building stuff, you should be looking things up and figuring other stuff out, right? Don't just build blindly. As a big example, the way the Primogen learned Rust. He started out just trying to build something, and then he went and read the Rust book, and then he built more stuff after being able to apply that. But if you read the Rust book before even trying to build anything, it's not going to have any relevance. There's nothing you can actually apply the stuff you're reading about to, because you don't have any experience to actually like understand the terms. So it's never one or the other. You have to do both still. But building things is the way to apply that knowledge. Unless you apply the knowledge, it's worthless. But trying to read about and understand a topic that you have no firsthand experience with isn't going to help you much. At least with coding. You can read about solid principles all you want. Until you actually try and build an application using them, it's not going to matter. And I would also say, if you haven't built an application without using them, they're not going to be valuable either. Because if you build something and it sucked to work with, and then you read about solid principles, you can apply that to your experience, and then you can build something better. So again, the biggest thing is it's not one or the other, but you have to do both. And I would just point out that you gain more from building things than you do just reading. But you'll gain more from reading things rather than just building. Let me get more music going. All right, let me double check on Reddit and such. Cool, cool. Looks like we're good. So yeah, what is our next step? Oh, and someone asked a question. Sorry. 2-bit. When did I start Waltr? So I actually just answered this, but I'll do it again. About 2 years ago, I worked on it for maybe 2 or 3 months. Then I needed to get a job. Took a break for about 2 years. And we've been working on it maybe for 2 or 3 months with like a gap in between for travel. So all things said, there's maybe 4 to 6 months of effort put into it. That's fine. We actually like answered that just maybe a half hour ago. So no worries. Hold on. I want to type this before I forget it. All right, so let's think about what we want to keep doing. And I know I have food here at home. There is a strong desire to order Indian food right now, though. I got stuff for ham and cheese sandwiches that would just be delicious, and I should just do that. I got stuff for other food, too. Man, Indian sounds really good right now. Maybe Grazie. Yeah, I don't use AI enough for any of that stuff, so yeah, I'm not sure. But real quick, oh, I missed a follow. So Caven, I think I shouted out, but JLM, thank you for the follow. And Lil Seth, gonna get some sleep. Yeah, enjoy the sleep. You're feeling Indian as well, but you live out in the sticks, so you can't pull the trigger. Yeah. And that's the thing. I do plan on, or not plan on, but I'm heavily considering moving out to the sticks. So I wouldn't mind making use of ramen or Indian or any of the other amazing food that's nearby while I can. Yeah, there's a really good ramen place in Seattle I like to go to. It's especially good because they're open till like 1, maybe sometimes 2 a.m. Oh, you're saying like living out in the sticks? Oh, I've lived out in the sticks in like mountain towns and stuff. Yep. Yeah, I've lived out near Leavenworth. I've lived in Skycomish. I've lived like up at Stevens Pass. Lived down in government camp in Oregon. Like, yeah, I definitely like mountain towns. Survival school. What is that like? All right, so we got more stuff to do. Let's think about some of that stuff. And hold on. Just maybe tangentially add loading spinners where needed. Right, that's going to be in a lot of places. We don't need to necessarily tackle it right now. Oh, okay. Yeah, when we lived in Jersey, these, like, when you were in 6th grade, we went to a place called Stokes, which was basically like a camping kind of like, you know, you got cabins and blah blah blah. It was like an entire like 6th grade everybody goes out to Stokes kind of thing. And that was super fun, and there was a couple like survival classes and stuff. In one of them, they showed us how you can like start fire using steel wool and batteries, which was kind of cool. Right, just because of the resistance to the steel wool. Yeah, yeah, it was really fun. Did some archery and stuff. Ooh, yeah, I don't think we did archery for like Stokes when we lived in Jersey. I did have an archery class in Washington here, just at the high school. That was cool. Not like a full on class. It was just like it was PE in junior high, but for a couple weeks we did archery, and that was fun. But yeah, let's start thinking about what we want to do next. This is definitely going to be a big part. These pages, we should probably get going. And these would not be that tricky. This page would require some work. Yeah. We got like some heavy lifting stuff to do. This one I want to like kind of like stew on a bit. So we'll do these, right? And let's put them in the order that we kind of want to do it. We definitely knocked out some stuff that we really needed to get done. Right? Like the account details page, I'm pretty proud of. Oh, I do have one fix I want to do, though. That's why that one's showing up when it shouldn't. So yeah, basically this quotas title shouldn't be showing until the data loads in. I'm using Mantine. Eventually, I might refactor to use like TanStack table or React table or whatever. I'm good for now. Yeah, Mantine ships with like a table component that's good enough for now. I think TanStack table would force us to maybe rethink how we do our like data fetching. Ooh, neighbor's cooking something tuna based. Man, it smells a lot like the tuna noodle my mom used to make. Yeah, Shetzien's fine. I feel like it still ends up being like you reinvent a lot of wheels. Yeah, so the things I really like about Mantine, right? The app shell. So basically you get this kind of layout for free. The hooks they ship with, right? Like how many times have you written your own like use click outside kind of stuff? They've got a form library. I think that's their own. They've got some graphing stuff that is a wrapper around recharts. They've got some date components like calendars, etc. So they end up like checking a lot of the boxes of stuff you end up needing anyway. Right? Notifications, drop zones. I haven't used their rich text editor, but sure. For the next project I work on, I will be using Neo-Brutalism, which is also a fun component library. Yeah, I like the styling aspect of it too. Like just nice and easy to set different themes and stuff. In fact, I'll probably end up using this orange version. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. And they have like enough of the components that I would care about. So, yep. I will probably use Neo-Brutalism for the project that will be dog fooding Waltr. And yeah, if we really think about, hold on, let's go look at notes. Longer term would be make sure API is fully tested and documented. All right, so let's keep going. And yeah, the pages we want to do, if we look at the app, they are pretty blank right now. Oh, and yeah. dashboard, update, page, titles, appropriate. Yeah, we're getting to the point where I might want to start tracking a bunch of this stuff in GitHub projects. I don't think we're there just yet, though. And yeah, as someone mentioned earlier, consider quota groups / tiers. All right, so then back to here. We go balances, we then go details, and this transaction / payments stuff. And, ooh, you know what? Hold on, real quick thing. Still no message from Acorn. Pretty easy to assume Acorn will be doing their own thing tonight. But yeah, we'll see if they respond. Okay, so yeah, let's update these icons to be the same size as that icon. And we're in balances right now, right? Yes. Okay, there we go. Yeah, those are better sizes. I feel like the MR2, we actually want to change to an MR1. Yeah, I wonder if instead of subtle, right, we change it to that one. What is the view all button? Right, change those subtles to light. Like there's a lot of padding on those buttons. Yeah, I think that's a little better. Yeah, we'll call that good. Okay, so now if we navigate to this page, it's just empty, and we want to fill that in. I think we can kind of just grab all of this. All right, where's that service being instantiated? It is going to be balance service. Get balance transactions is what we care about there too. That seems off to me. We'll have to figure that part out here in a sec. Format currency. Yeah, the redness is not something we'll care about. And yeah, our balance service needs to actually have this endpoint. Yeah, all that looks fine to me, right? Business balance. Yep. And while we're at it, we might as well create the endpoint for payments. And yeah, the fact that we have 3 of these endpoints that end up being really similar to each other does hint that there might be something else we could do here for an abstraction. Yeah, min balance, max balance are going to go away, though. It's going to be amount instead. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I missed those too. So it's definitely not something that we could like fully abstract, right? Because the min amount, max amount stuff versus min balance, max balance. But the start date, end date, the search, the start key and unique key, that could be abstracted out. And even like the creation of the search params. I don't think I want to make an abstraction for that yet. But yeah, transactions. Let's do this. Ah, I missed this one. Okay. Transactions there. This becomes payments. And do we have endpoints for that yet? We have endpoints, but do they have anything in them? They do. Yeah, min amount, max amount. Okay. No, this is looking good. Okay. All right, all right. I think our queries here might be different, but yeah, this is looking okay. Yep. This is actually the wrong index. This becomes balance transaction. Let's sip some more Owata or tea. Yeah, so this like get all for I guess we're in payments right now. So that was a mistake. All right, so then here for transactions, let's double check what we're doing here. We'll at least fix like the easy boilerplate, which will be amount. Yep. Yeah, I think we just had like a copy paste issue on the payments there. Yep. Here, though, we got this. So yeah, we might be at the point where oh shit, you know what I just realized? Hold on. We're not doing I think here in this get all, are we checking permissions? We are not. So yeah, I'll want to go through every index.ts and make sure that we have the right permissions. Which reminds me, yep, as far as our notes go, longer term, right? API key management is something we'll also want to tackle. And I've got a lot of this stuff open that I just don't need open. Let me just close all of that, and then we'll just pop open notes again, and then start fresh with a couple other files. And real quick, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. And, ooh, yeah, album's good for at least another couple songs. And what's up, Standard? How you doing? What you up to? You just registered for Seattle JS? I think I forgot to do that, actually. Like, I go so often, I just end up going, even if I forget to sign up. They used to, like, charge money, and you would get, like, a free beer ticket or something. I don't know if they're doing that anymore. But no, it does help them out, so they can know, like, numbers and stuff. Dude, I've been going to Seattle JS since, like, 2014. They will frequently be like, hey, so how many people is this your first time? Second time? Third time? Fourth time? 5 or more? And yeah, I just leave my hand up. Because, yeah, dude, I've gone so many times. I've lost count. Oh, cool. So yeah, hold on. What are the talks this month? Generative AI scripting. It's a Microsoft thing. Okay. Observability now. Open telemetry is here, and we should know about it. Okay. And then another hard things and magical incantations of overcoming. Oh, yeah. Oh no, this is a good talk. Awesome. Yeah. Andrew has like pitched me on this talk previously, and yeah, he should totally like propose that talk to conferences and stuff. So yeah, this will be a good event. They've got 3 talks lined up. They usually don't have that many. It's usually like 2, sometimes only 1. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, this should be a good month. But okay, so something went terribly wrong on this page we tried to load. And yeah, we already know that one of those things is something on that page. But yeah, let's get back to that page. So here we'll go to balances. We'll do that one first. We will go to details of this one. And we will click into transactions, and then, oh my God, something's gone terribly wrong, which is actually totally understandable because we have not modified nearly enough of this yet. So it cannot read something of account ID. This song is super sleepy timing us. Come on, man. How about this? Does Synthwave belong in a museum, Junior? All right, so let's get back to the transactions get all endpoint. So it's line 118, but that's in the JS file. It's reading the account ID value, though. Let's go look at this JS file. So it's going to be on line 118. I just want to double check and make sure I'm looking at the right place. So yeah, it's when we get this key. And start key transaction is just not a thing. Okay. So balance transactions key map. I don't think account ID is actually what we care about. It is, though. So what did we send over the wire? So as far as query string goes, right? Account ID is the sort key, sort direction, ascending, limit 10. That's all we're ending up passing. So start key could be undefined. We do end up needing balance transaction, like this table. I don't think start key transaction is what we care about here, right? This is just account ID. Ooh, but account ID is going to be undefined. Hmm. So I think I have something set up wrong for how we're planning on querying this data. So hold on. What are we using that for? Yeah, I think our access patterns are wrong. So if we look at the balance transactions key map, yeah. What's up, Proton? How you doing? What about Gomo? Gomo arigato? Sorry, bad joke. I don't know why that was funny to me even. But yeah, no, our access pattern for this is wrong. All we want to do is query by business and balance ID to get these things. Our start key, though, oh, Gomo is for good morning. Got it. Our sort key is actually going to be transaction ID by default. Maybe. I don't know who that is. Like, were they a soundtrack person or something? Yeah, I'm not sure who that is. No. I already said I don't know who that is. You can keep being incredulous or you can be helpful. I'm good on it. Use your words. I'm doing stuff, man. How is the bank doing? There you go, Saber. The bank's fine. Okay, there you go. All you had to do was say that. I'm familiar with their work. I might not know them by name. You could have just said it has Miami Vice vibes. That would have made things way simpler, don't you think? All right, so really the issue here is that we should be able to pass start key as undefined and everything's okay. So that shouldn't break too much. But yeah, like how we end up passing start key from the front end, that'll be the tricky part. I mean, not the tricky part, but the thing that changes based, like, compared to the accounts page that we got working. But at this point, like, it's actually totally fine. That part's actually wrong. right? Because it's just going to be these. At which point, yeah, this part should be okay. Hold on. Yeah, so I want to add that to notes. All right, so yeah, those are dashboard problems as well. And yeah, when we get a 500 error, we have a crazy amount of errors or like redirects that we do. We need to consider when we should actually do those redirects and how many we should do. I just think there's like our batch request system and like our retry system is really messing up. So we go here, something terribly wrong. We get to this part. Okay, so balance transaction account ID. That is happening because of why? Because of the sort key that we're passing. Why are we passing account ID as the sort key? Because we're passing it as the sort key. So that would be on the front end that we have that bug. Here's the thing, though. We should be able to sort by account ID at some point anyway, though. So it's only a temporary bug. And we need to just create that index. And really, no, our sort column would be created at by default. So it's still actually looking for account ID, but it shouldn't be. All right, so a table doesn't have the specified index balance transaction created at. All right, I messed up in the ARC file. Copy and paste error. Actually, hold on. That was it. So yeah, we got to reset that API, restart the database. Spin that up. Create 5 accounts. We'll have to relog in. Ah, shit. But yeah, tertiary key there, I think, is a flaw. Yep, we want that to be quaternary key. So I messed up already. Okay, so we should be able to go log back in. This will have an invalid key, so we then go to this. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? All right, so I expect this to still fail a bit, but how it fails is a different story. All right, so now missed key schema element. You're learning how to get better at debugging C++. Ooh, okay. Yeah, for me, like getting good at debugging, like Objective-C actually involved knowing when and where to like log things out. Number one, so that you knew like where the code got to, and number two, so that you could like have some good metadata in those logs. But the reason I had to do that was because I was doing an Objective-C like certificate through UW. I was doing it on a PC, so I wasn't able to actually plug in an iOS device to like test on a real device. So the simulator is just a simulator, and things will work there but then fail on a real device. We would only get 3 submissions per assignment, and if we didn't submit, or if we didn't complete the assignment by the 3rd submission, well then, yep, you fail that assignment. So yeah, I basically had to do dev on a, like basically like a VPS or VPC, no. What was it? Oh. Yeah. VPC? I don't know. Basically, I had to remote into a Mac to do my dev in Xcode. Service was called Virtual Mac OS X. And then VNC, that was what I was looking for. And then I would submit my assignment. I would get back the stack trace from the TA, and I would have to be able to figure out what I did wrong based upon that stack trace, which would include my logs. So yeah, after the first couple assignments, I got really good at leaving a bunch of logs that I might care about in the system. I'd get the assignment back, see where it failed out, and I'd have to like really think about the problem to try and solve it. Hopefully I had all the logs I needed to debug it. I would then submit the assignment again. And if I didn't have the logs, I'd add the logs. I'd get it back. And by the 3rd time, hopefully I figured it out. And I did. I ended up passing that class without having an actual Mac. And it really taught me like the power of telemetry, basically. Because yeah, like, you'll often get a similar like stack trace via telemetry, like people working on VS Code. If you turn on that telemetry, they will get good anonymized logs, and, they might be able to reproduce the bug, or at least understand how the bug was created if they have that stuff, and if they're logging the right stuff, and all that. So yeah, it was actually like really, really good. Like it was such a good like practice for like real world style debugging. Like you can't step through something that happens on someone else's machine. So a debugger is worthless at that point. Is UW good? This was just a certificate course, and I had a blast. Like, yeah, I found it really effective because it was the first time I dealt with a memory managed language. It was Objective-C, and we weren't allowed to use Arc because Arc just came out. Arc is automatic reference counting. So if you use Swift, Swift is using automatic reference counting under the hood automatically. With the Objective-C, that was an opt-in, and you had to do like the retain release, which is very similar to like malloc and free or whatever. So yeah, basically, it was my first memory managed language, and UW helped me learn that pretty easily. So I thought it was cool. Like it worked out for me, but one thing I'll point out is it was 2 classrooms full, standing room only, like the first couple days. Within a couple weeks, well, there were seats available as people like refunded the class. By the second class, because it was a 3-semester class, by the second semester, there was plenty of room to sit down. And by the 3rd semester, there was plenty of room to sit down, and it was only 1 classroom worth of people, and the teacher actually had to ask people to like move up front more, right? So it basically went from like 90 plus people to like 20 to 30. So I don't know. This was definitely during like 2000, I want to say 11, 2012. during like the peak of the iOS App Store boom. So people kind of looked at iOS as this like get rich quick scheme before going through this class and realizing that it's a lot harder than they thought it would be. Sounds like organic chemistry. Yeah, yeah. It was definitely like one of those classes where people just get filtered out. Very similar to my 2-year degree from Cascadia, which is affiliated with UW. Let me get more music going. Hold on. In the same vein, right? Classes for my degree would fill up at the beginning of the degree. Like, data structures and algorithms class 1 would fill up. But when it came time for like data structures and algorithms class 2 for like the more advanced stuff, no, there actually weren't enough people to like justify having the class at one point. So like it got really bad. Again, people getting into programming thinking it's some get rich quick scheme and that they're not going to have to work that hard. And then by the end of the program, right, the 2-year program, basically like you're down to maybe 10% of the people that were originally part of the program. I do think it's a little funny, like how much of computer science and all that stuff just really involves some level of filtering out the people that aren't going to put in the effort. I think most of us have actually seen like boot camps in the same way, right? And a boot camp ends up hitting this fork in the road of dumbing down their content so they can collect money from people like past the first portion, or they embrace that not everyone's going to complete the boot camp. Most boot camps go the money route. The good boot camps recognize that only a small percentage will actually finish it. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, when I was getting my degree, I only had maybe 2 classes that even did anything web related. Nah, maybe like 3 or 4. This was like 2010, right? Like technically I started in 2008, but I got my like prerequisites out of the way first. Like, science and math and English and that BS. But yeah, like I forgot where I was really going with this, but yeah, for the most part, like, yeah, most of my classes had nothing to do with the web. Like I took a networking class where I learned the OSI model, How much do I use that these days? Like, ugh. Now it's like OSI model isn't even relevant. Now people just talk about TCP IP stack, right? Yes, OSI model is 7-layer. TCP IP condenses a bunch of those layers, like to where I believe there's only 4. Yeah, they got a graph right here. So basically, yeah, like 3 of the layers from OSI get condensed down into the application layer. And then here for TCP IP, they condense the data link and physical layer into the network access layer. So yeah, it takes 7 down to 4. There are definitely people that still talk about these layers especially if they're more like networking focused, right? Like the difference between like a hub and a switch, things like that. Networking people really do care about that difference. But really, I think it's just these two at that point, right? So yeah, network versus transport layer. But you'll still hear people talk about it as like layer 4 versus layer 3. I believe hubs sit at layer 4, right? Transport layer, whereas switches are at the network layer. But I could have that backwards. And really, like, you don't need to know any of this shit. If you're a web dev, you don't have to care. Yeah, this is really nice. Yeah, usually like a Geeks for Geeks article is very questionable, but I saw this in like the thumbnail or whatever, and this is the only part that I really care about showing. Exactly. Yeah, 100%. You don't really have to care about OSI model versus TCP/IP unless you want to get into like hardware networking data center type stuff. Then it might matter. Right? Like I don't know if you guys know Track It Pacer. I think that yeah, that's her name. Yeah, she does a lot of like good networking content. Like talking about the difference between hubs and like it's a lot of like beginner focused networking content because that's the kind of content that'll actually get people to watch it. But it's still useful. So yeah, I think she does a great job of doing some of that content. I think it's cool. She also gets a lot of trolls because the people that actually care about that stuff are so misogynistic. Like it's really bad. Um, I think she does most of her content like TikTok and like Twitter style. So really like short form. I don't know if she's gotten into doing YouTube shorts, but she should. But yeah, I think she's like really blown up on TikTok. Like she'll do some of the TikTok style content where it's like the text overlay is saying something like really technical, but she's like doing one of those like meme dances. And like the background music is some like bullshit meme that caught on TikTok. Just real like brain rot stuff, but I mean, whatever, right? She's making the content, she's making it work, and she's actually making content that not many people are making. I think that's great. But yeah, like the goofy dances stuff, whatever. Not my kind of content, but not all content is made for me. I can accept that. So yeah, really like this issue missed key schema elements. The main reason we tend to get that is if I'm missing some value here. I don't know. Well, that's the thing, Alan. You should actually start breaking down your content into bite sized chunks that you can share out to YouTube Shorts and TikTok. Dude, why not? TikTok allows you to do content up to 10 minutes. So, hold on. We'll do this. I still think we're going to hit the same error. Oh. Oh, yeah, shit. Hold on. Duh. Surprised that was even failing, though. We weren't hitting that endpoint. So that's a little strange to me. All right, so here, hey, all right, so we verified that it was actually a flaw in our get total items fetch. Okay, so we're actually good there, and we can switch this back. It was actually because we were just trying to query by the wrong key. Let's double check and see what we get back from that endpoint, because we are going to have some flaws with that. But we do see that transactions here, response, even comes back with transactions and a total. Oh shit. Oh shit. All right. So yeah, cool. We are making some major progress here. Yeah, like we've already made a bunch of progress today. Like I'm really proud of it. Especially considering that yesterday we spent most of the day ranting. We did get work done, okay? But yeah, a lot of yesterday was actually just like planning out the stuff we needed to do today. Like so much so that we today, like after getting those things done that we like planned out and what we needed to do, we had to go back and like really consider like all the other stuff we got to do next. And then yeah, this part we decided was the next step, right? This one definitely gonna need to do that. Like all these need to happen. Big Lebowski reference, right? But dude, do you have to swear so dang much? What the fuck you talking about, man? Take her easy, dude. You got a good sarsaparilla? Sioux City sarsaparilla? That's a good one. Sometimes you eat the bar, and sometimes the bar eats you. Yeah, no worries. I think my brain is made up more of movie quotes than any other thing in the world. So if you ever got a movie quote that you're curious where it may have came from, all you got to do is ask. I probably know. I don't know every movie. I know a lot of movies. Like, dude, way too many. I'm still pretty sure I can do most of Basketball from memory, and I haven't even seen it for years. Nuke it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Ooh. That one... That one I don't know. Hold on. Don't say it yet. I don't know that one. Yeah. Like, I'm sure I know the movie. I don't remember, like, I can't hear a character's voice saying it. Am I the only one that, like, actually, like, hears characters' voices saying movie quotes, like, in their head when they think about it? I'm pretty sure once you say it, I might hear it, but no, I don't hear it. Oh, it's from Aliens. Yeah, I know I'm a bad nerd. I didn't actually watch Aliens that much. Game over, man. Game over. Like, I know that quote. That's about it. That's all I kind of remember from Aliens. Yeah, I'm actually not a big fan. Alien is good because it's like a good like thriller, you know? Aliens is just an action film that I don't know, like yeah, it's just yeah, not my jam. I don't remember any quotes from Alien 3 either. Yeah, no, like yeah, nah. I mean, it's hard to forget what is it? Aliens 4. I forget the name of Aliens 4 even, but the one with like the Ripley clones is like kill me. Right? Like it's hard to forget that line, you know. Especially cuz South Park parodied it as well with the towels. Like I know trivia from that film. Like did you know that Sigourney Weaver actually made that behind the back shot and the actors like reactions to that were real? That was them just reacting to Sigourney Weaver being a fucking superhero. Yeah, Ron Perlman, like the look on his face is totally genuine. It's really cool. In Escape from LA, when Snake Plissken is doing the basketball thing, he made that shot too. Like that wasn't effects, that wasn't anything special. He just made that shot. All right, like the half court shot at the buzzer. Yeah, he actually just made that shot. No effects needed. I love some good movie trivia. Like I love it so much. But okay, so we got this going. Why is that failing though? You're so bad at basketball, anyone hitting a basic free throw is impressive to you? See, I used to live in Jersey. Growing up in elementary school in Jersey, like you're basically expected to get good at basketball. And I was all right, except I was always short. And then it got even worse when I got to junior high. And I tried out for the JV basketball team, and our short PE coach, like, dude, the coach of the JV basketball team is maybe my height now, like 5'5", 5'6", or some shit. And he had the gall to tell me I'm too short to play basketball. Like, dude, you're coaching JV in a junior high basketball team. Fuck you. Like, dude, I hope that guy's like just blew out his knee walking up a flight of stairs or some shit. Like, fuck that dude. What a dick. But yeah, junior high PE teacher. Obviously not going to be the best person in the world. Dude, so lame. I do appreciate the honesty of it, but still kind of a dickhead. Oh, Sigourney Weaver says it, huh? Oh, okay. So you didn't even do the quote properly. No, it's fine. I wouldn't have gotten it anyway. Close only counts in horseshoes, hand grenades, and safe sex. And yes, that's a joke my dad has said for years. I don't know where he got it from. Maybe he made it up. I have no idea. My dad is kind of a funny dude, but looks aren't everything. That's also one of his jokes. Ugh. Yes. Growing up, if you ever said, like, man, I'm pretty strong. Yeah, but smell isn't everything. Damn it, Dad. How dare you? Yeah. Hold on, real quick. My favorite joke my dad used to tell, and this is going to actually, like, make it obvious that I probably saw some movies way too young because my parents didn't give a shit about swearing. Like, I saw Amazon Women on the Moon before I was even in kindergarten. But my dad's favorite quote that I used to have him, like, tell us when I was in, like, elementary school, like, super young. I mean, yeah, hold on 1 second, 2-bit pixel. Let me tell this joke. So there's this kid, little Johnny. He's in maybe like first grade, like kindergarten, like, you know, he doesn't know any better, but he comes from a really broken home where people swear and they're just, you know, they're just the worst. And, you know, swearing is just part of his everyday vocabulary. So the teacher in the class is sitting there going through the alphabet, and she starts asking the class, all right, children, can you tell me a word that starts with A? And little Johnny's hand shoots up. Oh, oh, ooh, ooh. And the teacher knows, like, oh my God, it's Johnny. He's a good kid. He means well, but I just can't call on him for this one because, dude, he'll say asshole or, all sorts of stuff. Like, I can't call on Johnny. All right. She calls on someone else. Someone says, aardvark. Good job. She moves on. All right, so who can tell me an animal that starts with the letter B? Right? Bam! Instantly, Johnny's hand shoots up. Right? He's going to say bitch or, who knows, right? And it's not animal. Tell me any word that starts with the letter B. He's going to say bitch or bastard or who knows. So she calls on someone else. They say a word that starts with the letter B, and she moves on. And they go through this process all the way through the alphabet till she gets to the letter R. And the entire time, little Johnny's hand has been shooting up first before any other kid because he's a good kid. He just wants to participate. He just doesn't realize that what he's saying is inappropriate. So finally, teacher's like, well, okay, there's Johnny with his hand raised for the letter R. What could he say? She starts thinking, and this is an old joke, so some of the R words that we know of that are no longer any good weren't necessarily that bad back then. She goes through all the words she can think of. Well, all right, I can call on Johnny this time. I don't think he'll mess this one up. So she calls on Johnny. He stands up proudly and says, rat, a fucking rat, with a dick this big. Dude, that had me rolling on the ground laughing, when I was in like first, second grade. Like, dude, it's so bad. Like, it's a terrible joke, but to a kid, where like swearing is like, oh, edgy and fun. Like, oh man, to young me, that was the best joke. Oh, it was the best. Yeah, for sure. Exactly. Rat. A fucking rat with a dick this big. Dude. Yeah, my dad had some like good, fun, hilarious jokes. That's the best one that I remember, at least. But yeah, my dad was telling me that joke when I was in like first and second grade. Like, holy shit. Come on, Dad. Take it easy. No, teacher never called on me for that stuff. We were good. Okay, so 1 second, 2-bit. Let me read your first thing. You had a high school gym teacher once make fun of you because you told him if he ever wanted help that you can help him make a small program to help track what people's exercise goals were, like push-ups, mile run, etc. Oh, I think there was maybe a message in between that we might have missed there, 2-bit. Oh, no. So the teacher made fun of you. Oh, look at the nerd. Haha, fucking nerd. Right? Did he pull that kind of bullshit? Get out of here, nerd. Right? He was basically like the asshole coach from Revenge of the Nerds. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yep. No, I get it. Dude, that's lame. What a dick. No one who's doing well in life becomes like an elementary or junior high PE teacher. It's just not something that happens. It just really isn't. It does not select for good people. I'm not saying all of them, but man, the vast majority. All right, so hold on. We got a flaw here. That's a bug. But why are we not getting our loading state to resolve? I mean, like, will it blend? Hold on. No, this is definitely part of it. The dot items that we're thinking we're going to get back is incorrect. If we go to network, we'll see why, because the response is transactions when really it should probably just be it's transactions dot items. Right. Is that actually correct though? I think that's actually a flaw in some assumptions that we're making about how we do some of this. So we see transactions there. If we go to this one, we see account balances there. It's the way we're destructuring right here. That's it. So yeah, that should be transactions, and then items would be there. That's it. Right, so then nan there, sure. Transaction ID is way off as well, because, yeah, we're doing the wrong thing. Okay, so we will finish filling out this data here. Let me go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Okay, so our next steps. real quick, I missed some follows. Hold on. Keto and Ariel Oscar. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. All right, just double checking. And man, yeah, interesting on the Twitter front. They definitely showed my tweet to 1,700 people about just this thing, which is cool. Always curious about like this one. Right? Same tweet about this background, or not tweet, but like message about this background on LinkedIn, 258 impressions, but LinkedIn will keep showing it to people for the next like 2 weeks. And Blue Sky doesn't tell us the impressions number. I find that really annoying. Like I really, really want to see the amount of impressions. I find that a little annoying. If we're to compare 38 likes on Twitter, 10 likes on Blue Sky, but I just don't know how, like, yeah, I don't know. Blue Sky really does need to like provide a bunch of like analytics data for us content creators. That is something that they're really like missing. Yeah. I don't know how we would even get that kind of number. Like, where would that come from? Because you know they have those numbers, right? Like, they could just surface that number to the poster of a thing, you know? Yeah, it's a little weird to me. But okay, so yeah, these columns are not great. They're not even accurate. Like, they're not the values we care about. So, Alan, yeah, I don't know. Like, that might be something that's available. Actually, let's just double check that real quick. I wonder if Luna's still around. Luna would definitely know if the API has any of that data. Oh, so you have to, like, okay. So you basically need to, like, comment on other people's things, you know? Come to Threads. It's popping over there. No, it isn't. You fucking liar. Are these some of those Facebook bots? You fucking liars. But yeah, how you doing, Alessandro? What you up to? So here it is, right? Feature request. I'd love to see how many times a post has been viewed. Add numbers of views next to numbers of likes and reposts. We're probably not going to do this. For one, they can't get an accurate count due to the open network. For two, they're not a big fan of collecting this metric. You don't know why you would need it? I know why I would need it. As a content creator, I need to know if it's actually having value. But yeah, I guess because there's no algorithm, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Them, Dan Abramov is also, like, way up there too. So yeah, they won't do it. I consider that a flaw. I consider that a major flaw. It's actually harming their growth. People want those numbers. They're addicting. But oh well. Not their problem. All right, so transaction ID. Hold on, let's do this. We got account ID there. Let's do transaction ID as its own thing. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to harm Blue Sky's growth because people want to see number go up. I think the big thing is that Blue Sky isn't big enough for that number to actually make people as stoked as they would want to be from it. I think that's a big part of it. Maybe once they grow big enough, it's something they could implement. But yeah, at the moment, like that number is always going to be less than like another platform. Yeah, I think there's something to that. Yeah, like there's no value to posting to Blue Sky unless they can have a number showing like how many impressions they got for the value of a post. Like, dude, yeah, exactly. I work in product marketing. Technically, like that's the department I'm in. There's no way that we can actually show value to posting to Blue Sky without some metric of like how many people are seeing it, because likes is such a fuzzy metric. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they're going to have a real problem because like, yeah, marketing departments need that number to justify even participating. Yeah, I don't know. In my opinion, the "we'll never do this" mentality from their lead dev, he's not thinking from a business perspective. And until they actually do, yeah, the platform's not going to take off like they want it to. I guess a big part is like they don't have any way of like showing ads or anything. So that's another reason why businesses aren't going to focus on it. Hmm. Hmm. Any thoughts or opinions about LibraWolf? No, I've not heard about LibraWolf or Start Page. I am using Zen Browser. Zen Browser is what I have right here in my teleprompter, so I can read your message and look you directly in the eyes and stare into your soul. I like Zen Browser because it allows me to put multiple chat windows right next to each other within the same like interface. And they have like the Zen mode or whatever where like, you know, this header bar slides out of the way, the sidebar slides out of the way, and it's just the thing that makes up like the pages we're on. So I am using Zen Browser. It's not a daily driver for anything I use on a regular basis, but I like Zen Browser. But yeah, never heard of Start Page. Dude, the split views is such a good feature. Yeah, Zen Browser is good. I think they've got some good stuff going for them. It's still early. But yeah, I have not checked out LibreWolf whatsoever. I'm all for people forking Firefox because Firefox itself is somewhat like slow to move. But I just don't want more Chrome forks. I'd rather people fork Firefox and, move quicker than Firefox can and prove out the ideas, and then Firefox can bring that stuff in. Zen is Firefox based, Arc is Chrome based. That is the big difference. Yes, they are totally different. Arc is just a Chrome wrapper, basically. And it's Mac only. Maybe, wait, does Arc have a Windows version now? They might. But I would prefer to support a Firefox version of anything at this point. I haven't migrated off of Brave for my daily driver on my dev machine or on my stream machine. On my personal machine, Firefox is my daily driver. On my dev machine, because I'm doing dev, Chrome DevTools still just win. Firefox DevTools have a lot of catching up to do. Like, I really wonder if Firefox even has, like, a dedicated DevRel team. I don't think they do, but Chrome does. But yeah, I would say if you want to support something other than Chrome, please, yeah, support Zen, Firefox, or whatever. But yeah, you're hoping the servo rendering engine is able to maintain and make something happen just to get fresh blood in the ecosystem. I mean, servo is what's under the hood of Firefox, isn't it? Like, that's the rendering engine written in Rust. I thought. I could be wrong. But yeah, we are going later than we normally do, and I don't mind continuing to go later. That was a good thumb. No, like, Alan, Servo is a Firefox project. Absolutely. Yeah. Servo is a Firefox thing. Whether it's in Firefox yet, it's a Mozilla project, for sure. I don't know if Firefox is using it, but it is absolutely a Mozilla project. And the goal was to eventually use it in Firefox. Like, Servo is a big part of the reason that Firefox gave Tokyo, like, that $30,000 investment back in the day. Like, I'm talking, what was it? 2017? 2016? Something like that? Basically around the same time as the first RustConf, which I went to. Yeah, I'm a hipster. Also, it was in Portland, so it was a quick drive. There was a Tokyo Hack Night. Oh, Ladybird sounds amazing, but holy shit, like, doing everything from scratch sounds crazy to me. Yeah, Ladybird sounds amazing. I wish them all the success in the world, because we need more than just Chrome. I don't like Google having a monopoly on the browser. That's just as bad as Microsoft having a monopoly on the browser. Nobody wins. Exactly, Alan. Yeah, totally. Exactly. Fuck yeah. Screw Chrome, even though I'm using it. Sorry. It's my dev machine. I gotta do dev. Here's the thing, though. If you develop for Firefox, shit just tends to work in Chrome. But if you develop in Chrome, you're going to run into Firefox issues because Chrome takes liberties. I should actually be using Firefox for my daily driver. But part of the problem is I use Firefox on this machine for my chat. So I'm like logged into Twitch with that. So I need a separate browser that I can use for like logging into Twitch for dev things with a throwaway account so I don't leak a key or some BS. Exactly, blossoming petals. Yes, for sure. Which is why you should actually dev towards Firefox, and then you don't need to worry about it because it'll definitely be there in Chrome. But here's the thing. Are those tag types like fully ratified specifications, or are they just things that Chrome decided to implement? Because again, Chrome takes liberties. Chrome is basically the new IE. I know people like to rant that Safari is the new IE. No, Chrome is the new IE because they take liberties. And at this point, a banner saying works best in Chrome is actually something that like would make a lot of sense. Oh, really? Like which input types are you talking about? I'm curious about that one. And just because MDN has documentation doesn't mean that the specification has been ratified. MDN documents everything, but normally has like warnings saying experimental, etc. But yeah, like which input tag do you mean? I just want to check. That's all. I just want to look at it. Good call. Damn, what the fuck, Firefox? Like, this should be an easy lift. What is a bigger priority than this? Yeah, no, good catch. Good call. Yeah, no, they're fucking up. Oh, dude, input type color. That one should exist too. The big reason they don't do color is because there's pushback on like what color things they should support. Oh, wait, so they do implement color? Okay, they do implement color. All right, never mind. There's definitely been a lot of pushback on the color element in general, not supporting like alpha and a bunch of the stuff that it actually needs. But that's actually just a specification problem. Yeah, they're all bad because they don't support like modern color spaces, right? They don't do CMYK, they don't do HSL, right? They're basically all just RGB. Like, let me double check that. Hold on. Here's the Chrome version, right? It supports HSL, hex, RGB, whatever. But a bunch don't support hex. A bunch don't support HSL. And none of them support alpha. So yeah, like the color input is actually just, they're all fucking up, you know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really do wonder, like, what the standards committee is thinking. Like, how hard would it be to add that to the spec for alpha, for other color spaces, etc.? What's the deal, man? Like, yeah, it gets really annoying. And yeah, so no reply from Acorn. And yeah, we would have hoped for a reply like 2 hours ago. So doesn't look like we're playing any games with Acorn tonight. Algo Bro already opted out, and Robotic Head had a prior engagement. So yeah, over on the other stream, I don't know what we'll do tonight. We'll figure it out though. Maybe it's more Path of Exile. Maybe even Pillars of Eternity. I could try out the Indiana Jones game. I could also just play some League of Legends. Love me some Singed. Is there anyone out there that would like to play some Path of Exile 2 or League of Legends with me? Just saying. Yeah, I'm a Singed main. That's the only champ I play. If you see me play another champ, I'm not happy. You know, like, it's that easy. Right? I'm only happy playing Singed. Yeah, I even made a good tweet about that, right? It's technically Blue Sky post as well, where I said, me, you know, I just want to play some Singed. I just want to lay down some poison and run away from people. Therapist, scribbles notes. Right? It definitely says something about me that I don't really want to dig into right now. It's just a really fun champ to play. The way I describe playing Singed is basically it's like the dragon from the Chase the Dragon game, or Heroine Hero in South Park. Woohoo! You almost had me. Ooh, come and get me. you were so close. Like, yeah, dude. Like, that's the way I play Singe. Like, oh, you almost had me. Like, dude, I love that. It's the best. It is really, truly just the best. Exactly. Yeah, right? Like, all chat is just another one of your skills as a Singe player. Like, come on. Duh. If you're not spamming an LOL like once every 5 minutes, you're doing it wrong. Bare minimum. All right, so hold on. Accounts, is that even a thing on this page? What? Ah, that's it. Okay, so we get a little closer. One step closer to the edge. Not quite there yet, though, because we are missing something in the T body here, right? We're doing TD for transaction ID. We're missing TD here for the account ID. Voila, present them. Like a glove. Like a glove. We get sorted at just fine. Oh, that one fails though. Shit. Ah, shit. Okay, hold on. That's actually a quick fix. That's a fairly quick fix. Instead of balance, this needs to be amount. Shit. Okay, so hold on. We got a bug on that sort column. Uh. Yeah, jazz hands. Yeah, we fixed it there, Atlas Zen. Like we're chilling, we're killing it. We do have a bug here that something is off about how we're handling account ID. Huh. So it's our get sort link. Yeah, our get sort link function is messed up, and so is our get sort arrow function. Yeah, so we had account ID being our default sort value, and that fixes it a little bit. So we get these things like perfectly sortable just fine. Our dates, our amounts, our IDs are now fully sortable. The sort arrow is wrong because now we're doing created at by default. All right, so we did transactions. Now we need to do payments, but we also need to investigate the sort arrow. So yeah, I think this is a pretty good moment. You know, it's almost 9 p.m. I need to get some food in my belly. Whiskey and Coca-Cola is not food. I didn't overdo it nearly as much as I did yesterday, and we got a lot of shit done today. So I'm really proud of that. All right, so we have a lot of work to do. Tomorrow is a work day for me, though. So tomorrow I end up recording a bunch of video stuff for work, editing some video stuff for work, probably doing some blog post stuff, probably playing some video games too. And I will be back here on this stream on Monday. So just in case you want to hang out with me tomorrow while we co-work and we watch something probably like IT Crowd or Detectorists or just some random show while I'm getting work done, that is on the gaming channel, which I'll be over here on in just like 5 to 10 minutes while I cook myself a ham and cheese sandwich, which will be delicious. And yeah, we're going to go figure out who we go raid. We got a lot done today. This was a good 7-hour stream. Like, great time. Appreciate y'all hanging out for it. YouTube, I will bid farewell. Thank y'all for chilling. Thank y'all for hanging out on the YouTube. You guys are really helping me out to build up those watch hours. I do need to actually make some actual videos for YouTube instead of just live streaming to it. But you guys hanging out really does help a lot. So thank you. But YouTube, I will bid you farewell until Monday. See you guys then, for sure.